Hi. Hello. Hey. How you doing? Doing good? I'm doing all right. You clicked on the link. I didn't make you. When you click on this link, it takes you to a portal to my place on the internet. This is Periwinkle Palace Arts. I'm Princess Bun Bun, and I'm here with my bunnies. And we do art stuff here and chit chat about life. So welcome. Come on in. Let's get started. First, we have to say hi to the bunnies. If you've been here before, you know her. If not, this is Maya. She's my fibromyalgia bunny. She's precious. She has her fibromyalgia thing on her tummy. Her name is Maya, and she is my bestest friend. Right? Yeah, all we're doing today is coloring. You gonna stay awake the whole day? Okay. Yes. Where do you want to sit? There's a little bit of room under the laptop. Yeah? Okay. Okay. She loves to sit under the laptop. It's warm there. And it lets her look at me all day and see the coloring pretty good. Okay. We also have Loona the Moon. She's the moon bunny from their planetary collection. Isn't this the prettiest ears inside her ears? Oh my goodness, they're so cute. And they're the moon phases. Now, I don't know where it went, but she was wearing a hair bow and it came off of there. We gotta find it. Oh. Yeah. Yay. Okay. You're not worried about it right now? Yes. We should stream. That's what she says. We should stream and not worry about the bunny or the bunny bow. I just hope that I find it before my dog gets it. And this is Rora. She's also from the planetary collection. And she is the Aurora Borealis bunny. Look at that. Her ears are so pretty. But my favorite thing about Rora is her eyes. Look at those eyes. Aren't they gorgeous? Yes. And she loves this green dress that I got for her. She's so pretty. She's my pretty girl. One of them. They're all pretty in their own way. Yeah? Are you excited? Yes? Okay. Here we go. I'm trying to move all the pencils that I left all over my desk. Shame on me. I should have cleaned this up last night, but I did not. Let's get the keyboard out of the way. I try really hard to clear my desk off before I leave the desk, but yesterday when we were streaming, I looked up and it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was so shocked. Changing the meds might be helping a little bit. I don't know why I do thumbs up all the time. I'm silly. Anyway. So we are working on this girl, and I think after coming back to it from yesterday that the dark skin is looking very nice. There's a few things I need to erase around the edges, but otherwise I think it's going really good. So today we're going to focus on her feet and these eyes and inside the eyeglasses. That's what we're going to do today. I'm really happy with the skin color. It came out quite nice. I know it looks really weird right now, but it will look better later. Just remember, this one looked super weird and dark when we were doing it too, when all we had was the skin done. The skin always looks darker than you think it should be because you want to put the color in there. Before we get to that though, I got this black paper and I tried printing our image on it yesterday. And I thought it didn't really work out. until I came in here this morning and I turned on all my lights and realized, it's hard to see, but I can actually see that. So my first thought was that I would get some chalk and just color the back of a page that was printed on, and do the little tracing on top thing to transfer it. But because I can see it, I ran out to my building and grabbed something. Let's see how this works out. So I got my Cricut Bright Pad here. Haven't used it in ages. We're gonna use this magnetic cable. Let me see if I put this underneath here. To be honest, that really doesn't help. So I think what I'm gonna have to do, if it's gonna work this way, is bring this light really down close to it maybe. Let me see if that works. We're not gonna do this all on the stream today. I'm just trying to find a way to do it. Okay, let me see. Oh yeah, I can see that. Okay. So I'm going to take my very thin white pencil and see if we can trace this a little bit. Oh, that works really well, y'all. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Okay. So this is going to require a lot of attention to detail, but I think we can do it. It comes out really bright on there. So I can work on that from my bed. So we'll just set this aside, okay? And let's get started with our page. So one of the things that we have to decide today is what color her eyes will be. If anybody has any suggestions, let me know. I'm thinking maybe green or like a golden brown. But whatever color I do, I have to be able to add the tint of the glasses over it. So it's a thought to think. Real quick, I'm going to grab my eraser. I have a couple different ones here. I got my electric and I've got this kneaded eraser. So with the kneaded eraser, I'm just going to go over a few spots. I like to try using it before I go in with the regular eraser. Sometimes the kneaded eraser cleans it up a little bit better. So, yesterday that couch got moved. So maybe this afternoon I can scoop my studio over a little bit. That'd be nice. I'm really just going around the edges here. Just picking up the little strays. For the most part, I'm not using the video for this. I have some screenshots that I've taken to give me base positions and shapes for where I'm going to put each color. All right. I don't really see very many spots that I need to hit with my eraser, but there's one right there. And right here. I don't know where my feather duster is. Where did it go? Are you sitting on it? Well, okay. I don't see it, guys. There it is. Okay. I'm gonna grab this burnt ochre. That was a little bit too intense with my eraser right here. And then I'm gonna grab my peach and my beige and just touch this up a little bit. Excuse me. Okay. So we're going to use the same colors as yesterday because, you know, skin is skin. So we want all the skin to look alike. Although it would look interesting if we did Caucasian skin down here. I'm not doing it. Okay, so we're going to start with dark brown again. Excuse me, Bunny. Bunny, excuse. So what do we need to do art? Well, I need my hair to look okay. Kind of cute, yeah. And coffee. I have my coffee. Do you have your coffee? I don't know what you're doing with your life if you don't have your coffee. It's important. Go get your coffee. I'll still be here. Promise. There we go. So we're just going to start in the eyes. I predict this to be the difficult part. Now, if you remember from tomorrow, yesterday, if you remember from tomorrow, if you remember from yesterday, I am doing this class image differently than I did it the first time. Firstly, I'm doing dark skin, and we're going to be customizing the colors, which means I'm going to sit here and pick them as we go. It should be interesting. It might take a little bit longer. Just touching up the smudgies on the edge of the glasses. We're also not going with the mid-tone to start like we did in the class. While that's a good technique and it helps in some ways, for me it causes a bit too much wax buildup when I go to blend it out. So we're starting with the darkest colors and going through to the lightest colors. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to go underneath here. We're going to keep this really thin. I'm just checking my light source. Okay, I think I got it. Now, because I'm not doing the first color in the mid-tone, what I have to be careful of is looking at the reference photo. I'm looking at her doing peach, which is like the second or third color in the blend. So where she's got that laid out on my reference photo is much bigger as far as the space it takes up on the page, meaning that I need to make my strokes with the dark brown not go nearly as far. So I just have to be careful. So I'm going to come way back here along the eye and just kind of go around it and make that little kind of crease thing going on. And then around the edge of the glasses. I'm doing this very lightly. it means that I'm going to have to come back with a second and maybe even a third layer. But I'd rather do it lightly than make it so that the tooth is all flattened, because then I won't be able to put in as many layers as I want. I'm skipping a little bit right here, and then coming up the side a little bit. Okay. That's pretty good, I think. And like yesterday, I'm going to keep my darkest areas really, really small. But when we come back for the second color, for the second layer of color, it will blend really well. You'll see. So I'm going to do the same thing over here on this eye. Going around here. Wherever she has the peach laid out on the reference photo, and it's really thin, I'm leaving that area uncolored with the dark brown, and where it's wider, I'm adding a little bit more color. I'm really not making sense this morning, I don't think.
This is a reminder. Take an ashwagandha gummy.
Okay.
This is a reminder. Take an ashwagandha gummy.
So same thing here. I'm going to come underneath the eye. Okay. Okay. Now make this a little bit thicker right here. And I don't really like where this landed right here, so I'm just going to erase it a little bit. Because we're drawing that little bottom edge in on the eye. So I like to be careful about where I put that line. There we go. There we go. I like that a little better. Add a little bit of thickness right here. Okay. And our next color is going to be, let's see if I can find it, sienna brown. We're going to come through the whole thing again, and we're just going to extend a little further towards the center of our image. So with the burnt ochre, I'm sorry, the sienna brown, I go back over everything really softly that I just did. Sometimes I like to go back over everything first and then come back and extend the color a little bit, especially when I'm working in areas that I know for sure can get overwhelmed quickly. Oh, I sing and dance pretty much the whole time we do this, because I need music in my life. It's not, it's not an option, it's a requirement. Those spots that I left with no color around the edges, I'm closing those now. So if I'm coloring very lightly, then I know that I'm gonna have a lot of texture left until I flatten it out. So if you look at it, you can see that there's little white speckles in there where I'm coloring right now. But you can see there's no white speckles on the areas that I colored yesterday. That's because this particular paper has a lot of tooth. And what tooth is, what tooth is it's the texture of the paper. So there's like bumps and dips in the paper, and that allows it to grab the medium that you're using on it and hold on to it better. When coloring on it, you'll get these white speckles, but that's just to allow you to be able to put many layers on the paper. And that's one of the reasons that I love this paper so much. It's Canson Miniance. I can't say it properly. This paper is pretty much a dream to draw on or color. And when I work with Prismacolor Premier pencils, they're so smooth and creamy as they go onto this paper. It's like coloring with kind of a hard stick of butter, I guess. That's a very odd description, isn't it? Sharpen this. That's a little bit thick, but we're gonna go with it. I didn't mean to go that thick. It's all gonna blend out anyway, so that's why we don't worry about perfection here. Art is not about perfection, my friends. It is not. It's about art. Those mistakes or imperfections become part of your art, and they what am I trying to say? They make it unique. They make it yours and not someone else's. Yeah. So now we got burnt ochre. Again, I'm going to go over all of this that I've already colored in. Just lightly building up the layers and the colors. We're going to leave the highlight right underneath her eye. I want to leave more light right there on the side of her eye, so I'm just going to take some of that back off. Don't need to do all of it. Oh my goodness. I got a little smudgy piece there. I don't like that when that happens. Okay. There we go. I do think that it's going to be a little bit more difficult to add the color of the lenses over the dark skin. So I might have trouble with that, but we'll figure it out. I think that I'm going to make them not the same color as the eyes, just for the fact that while yes, it would help blend, make it look not weird, I don't know. I'm gonna have to pick a color that will show over this really well. What do you guys think about rose colored glasses? Should we go with that? So we've got a little bit less light shining on the side of her face, so I think let's use that for reference too. That is iced oatmeal cookie coffee. Yummy. Okay, what's our next color? I believe it's peach. Okay. So we're not going to go over everything with this color, just pretty much the last color. Come inside the little area just a little bit. So we're just going to go around the very edge of our highlight area. Same here. On this side, I'm going to go up around the eye a little bit. And then I'm going to come in from the corner right here a little bit. Same over here. All right. Okay, and now the beige. Again, not the whole area. I'm going to start where the peach ends and just move in a little bit further. So with the beige, I'm just leaving a little tiny bit of the white. Right. Now I'm going to take my white pencil and I'm just going to add the white in anywhere that there is no real color showing, just to kind of put down the wax on the paper and prevent the white from disappearing completely. That happens to me a lot. Okay, I should say that doesn't happen to me. I do that a lot. Before I go in and do the eyes with black and the color, I'm going to go ahead and add the white to the whites of the eyes. Again, this is just to kind of create a resist effect for the other colors. And it helps me prevent so much smudging. So over here in this tiny corner, and then also in the little highlights. Okay, we're gonna go back through the whole blend. And then at the end of this layer, we'll add in henna to give it that reddish tone, which is one of the reasons I'm thinking about going with like the rose colored glasses thing. And I'm also like, what color should we do her hair? I'm feeling aquas, teals, purples, and blues right now. Yeah. Or maybe we could do like an emerald green blend. Maybe emerald and teal. I kind of like that idea. Let's think on that. Okay. So, I could be wrong, but I feel like, even though I tried not to, I brought the darkest colors in too far. So I'm not going to bring them as far on the second layer. And again, I'm not putting down a lot of pressure. Pressure is actually not your friend when you're coloring. All right, now is sienna brown again. I have the burps, but I'm trying not to let them turn into hiccups. Bear with me. It's fine, everything's fine. So sometimes I'm making line strokes when I'm up against the edge of the glass, but the rest of the time, if you can see, I'm doing little circular motions. That helps with the blending, and it helps get the medium into that tooth of the paper that I was talking about. But again, I'm not worrying too much about that tooth right now. I'm not trying to flatten it. I'm just trying to work my colors into it. Kind of like if you were like rubbing in, I don't know how to explain it. It's like you're putting the pigment in between those little hills on the paper so it can grab them, and going in a circular motion helps a lot with that. Another good suggestion, a trick for getting down good layers, is to keep your pencil nice and sharp. And I don't know if you noticed, but I turn my pencil a lot. Every time I pick my pencil up from the paper, oh, actually, when I pick my pens up or markers up from paper too, I'm always twisting them. I just give it a twist. It keeps the sharpest edge of your pencil on the paper, so you don't have to sharpen it as much. Next is burnt ochre. Let me go ahead and let you know, as I try to do in all of our live streams, I am not here to teach or to do tutorials. I'm just doing the art. If you have questions, I can probably answer them. But if I can't answer, I'll send you to somewhere where you can get that information. I'm an artist. I'm not a teacher. I have a teaching degree, but I'm not a teacher. While I enjoyed it, that's just not what we do here. It's not what we're about. We're about coming here and doing art together and relaxing, and also talking about, in general, how art helps with your entire life and why you should kind of double down on your creativity. It doesn't matter what you're making, art is important. It's important for society, it's important for health, it's important for being with yourself and just taking care of yourself. This is part of my self-care, which means I can do it all the time if I want to. Sorry, I'm doing art right now. Self-caring. No, I can't move that thing that you want me to move right now. I'm doing my self-care. What's next? Peach? So the technique for coloring dark skin, or any color of skin, doesn't change just because you use different colors. You can make red skin, you can make purple skin. It's all the same technique. beige. Okay. So I'm just putting this around the edge of the white and the peach. And on the edge of the white here. And I want to take the peach right over the white as well. I'm sorry, the beige, just barely. Like so. I'm just adding a touch of that peach in there. So if you want to see what I'm singing and dancing to, as I make myself look ridiculous like a fool for the entire world to see, to comply with copyright, you know, I can't play that stuff in the background here. But if you look underneath me on the screen, you'll see a little box, and that is a screen share of my Spotify mini player, so you can see exactly what I'm listening to if you're interested in that kind of thing. Okay. I'm going to use the henna and come over everything, and then we'll go ahead and add the black to the eyes. We're not applying a heavy layer of this, just enough to tone the color. This moves it to a more red pinky tone and takes out some, it cancels out some of the yellow. I'm not bringing the henna too far into the lighter color areas. It'll blend in there a little bit. So, can you see the tone change in that? Let's see. Let me see if you can see what I can see. So if you look at this eye area over here, there's more red to it. It looks just slightly different than the other one. Okay? I know it still looks weird. It's gonna be fine. Trust the process. Okay, we're gonna grab black, get real sharp. I'm gonna start over here in the corner. I'm not even using the class as a reference anymore. I'm just using my previously colored image as my reference. It's just a little bit easier. So hopefully that'll work out. So I'm gonna start right here in the corner, and I'm being very light-handed again. I'm just going up under this eyebrow line. And I'm going to come down around here too. Don't worry, we're going to add those eyelashes back in. I didn't mean to go that far down though. Come around the edge of the eye and right up underneath it. We're encircling the whites of the eye and everything. I'm going to stop right there because I made like a little crease right there, and I like that. I use my feather duster a lot when I'm doing black stuff. So I'm going to come around on the outside of these, not the inside. I go around the line instead of on the line. Okay, now we're going to come around the actual pupil. Again, I'm working outside of the lines. I almost never color directly on the line. I either go outside of the line or towards the inside of the line, depending on which direction I see that I need the space to move my hand. Come right here, up like that. And putting the white on there first allows me to not be as nervous that I'm gonna get smudges. Come around here. And then I'm gonna come around the iris as well. I try to be really careful with this part. I'm not really great at noses or eyes. Just something I'm working on. Okay. Now I'm gonna color in the eye. I don't really like the way that came out, but it'll be fine. I won't notice it later, you know. And you can apply this thickly if you want, but I still like to do light layers just so that I know that it's getting into the tooth really well. That also helps it prevent smudging. Go around everything. See, it's looking a little bit less weird now. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing on the other eye. It's not blackface. That's rude. I do get nervous sometimes coloring darker skin tones because I worry somebody's gonna be like, "How dare you? You're a white person, so white. How dare you?" But when I was growing up, there was a song. I don't know if it still exists, but it was called "Jesus Loves All the Children of the World, Red and Yellow, Black and White. They are precious in His sight." So I am anti-racist, and I prefer, not prefer, I enjoy coloring different skin tones. I do. I like things to look multiracial. I don't really feel like I should avoid drawing or coloring dark-skinned, beautiful people. Okay, so what I'm listening to right now is Blue Eyes. She has a new album out, and it's great, but I'm kind of over it right now. And wow, I'm about to say something that might be totally controversial. I feel like listening to just some Taylor Swift right now. Don't come for me. I wouldn't call myself a Swiftie, but I do like her music. I don't judge artists by their personality, what they do in life, most of the time. I just listen to the music. The music is separate from the person in my mind. So I have to tell you guys something. I came out here this morning and I was like, the couch is gone. You know, the one I need to move that I was talking about yesterday. However, I had to walk away from the wall. Get in the comments. I don't know what that means. um, anyway, so once upon a time, I was redecorating the kids' bathroom in this house. And as I went to clean behind the toilet, I noticed black mold. And that resulted in me having a panic attack. And I was manic at the time as well. By the time my husband got home from work, I had pulled out that whole wall. And I just want to say, I don't ever want to do drywall again. I don't like it. So I walked in here and I was like, oh, cool. So I walked around the studio, around it, to see, like, okay, now I can move this over a little bit. And, yeah, no drywall. And I saw mold. I saw the same kind of mold that was behind that toilet. And I walked to the kitchen and I grabbed a washcloth and I wet it. And I walked back over here and I shook my head and I was like, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not having this panic attack. I'm not doing this. So I walked away from it. There's mold on the wall though, and I keep looking over there. I can see it. It's a problem. And also, I'm going to be over there a little bit closer to it. So it's a problem. But I'm trying not to think about it. Trying not to think about it. Hey Joe, can you change your display name in the live chat? I'm curious. So over here, since I did this like extra thick area right here in the eye, this is where the lashes are gonna go, so it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna make the other eye look kind of the same, and that'll just kind of be a lash line. Like, I didn't mean to do that, but since it's done, let's just work with it. Oh, I have an announcement. Probably bleach. Bleach is probably the best. I think we can just wipe it off the wall. I can change the name that displays for my Google account as a whole, not just for the chat. Oh, so you're using your regular Google account. Well, I feel weird when I look up there and I see Anthony. It confuses me. You know how I am about that. It just, because I don't think, like, the only time I call you Anthony is when I'm fussing. Go, Anthony. I would like for my algorithm for this account to change from all these people showing me how they run their business and how to grow your art business and everything. I know what your name is, but if I start talking to you on the stream, then I'm saying a name that's not Anthony. And, I mean, it's displaying Anthony. So if I'm talking to you, nobody's going to know who I'm talking to. But yeah, I'm getting a lot of video. I just want to watch art videos and like how to do social media videos. I don't want to do marketing. I don't want to watch marketing videos and how to make sure you get likes and make sure your videos are good for representing your business. I don't want that because this is not a business. It's my business. It's my business. But it's not. Let them think I'm cuckoo. They already think I'm cuckoo. Everybody thinks I'm cuckoo because I am cuckoo. What do you want from me? I don't want you to change your name. Not literally. Just in the chat. Joe or the husband or Monitor. Name yourself Monitor. I'm gonna be honest, it's always better when my husband's in a chat with us. It makes me happy, and we always have a good time. I'm gonna bring this over here just a little bit, just the tiniest bit, because I like that little space right there. Like I'm not great at doing eyes yet. I have an entire class on coloring eyes. Maybe I should do that soon. I don't know. So it's something I'm working on, but I've never done that little notch right there before in eyes. It kind of was an accident on this piece right here. I just like the way it looks, so that's what we're doing. So I don't know if you can see, but that's a little notch right there and a little notch right there, and I don't know. I like it. Is that enough? That's enough for me to do whatever. I can do whatever I want. It's my art, right? You can do whatever you want with your art. What is AOL or Yahoo Chat? Oh, where you could use like an alias. Them's the old days. Everybody wants to know exactly who you are online now. Feel weird about it. Online used to be an anonymous space unless you wanted it to not be. And now online is don't pretend to be somebody else. That's catfishing. I never pretended to be somebody else, but you know, pen names are a thing. Usernames used to be like a username, not your actual name. In fact, when the internet was beginning, they often stated in like safety and stuff that you should not use your real name in your username. And the world has absolutely changed on that, hasn't it? I had the thought the other day that instead of waiting for somebody to find something horrible that I did on the internet 20 years ago, I could like just make a post with all of the past usernames that I can remember and be like, if you want to know who I am and what I've done in my past, here you go. Don't come for me over it though. I'm a human person. I'm a human person. I've made mistakes. I don't even know what's in my past history, so whatever. I'm not that person that I used to be. None of us are the persons that we used to be. We're always changing and growing. As much as a person might not like change, I don't really like changing that much, but when you have the disabilities and conditions that I have, um, your your brain kind of does that on its own to you. So like sometimes I don't even have anything in my world change, but how things are going for me just seems crappy, and so my brain's like, okay, well, we're gonna do this now, and then I have to like reorient myself. But most of what I'm dealing with at the moment is external changes. Well, internal changes too, I guess, because like I said yesterday, I'm starting to head into depression as far as the bipolar cycling is concerned. And we are changing some meds, so that's internal. But the other stuff, moving and all of that, not so much. And it's a struggle for me right now, which is why I made the topic, the possible topic, if anybody wants to jump on it, today and yesterday. I'm probably going to keep the same topic all week because I keep talking about it. um, change. It's about change and like how we manage that as artists and human beings, especially if you have any kind of chronic condition. Change can be especially difficult because I don't know about you, but I orient my life around what gives me the best possible outcome to just everyday living. And I always make time for art. Sometimes art is all I can do, honestly. Um, and I love the art enough to actually do it, even when I don't feel good. It helps me get through those I don't feel good times. So, yeah, her eyeline is quite thick. I don't know why I did that, but whatever. We'll just give her thick lashes and move on. I just remembered something. I did not put my glucose sensor on last night like I said I was going to. Fudge. Alright, so I'm just using the black here to flatten down all of the speckles in the eye. It looks good. Okay, now we have our first color question. What color are we gonna do her actual eyes? So if I want to do rose-colored glasses, I feel like I need to find a color that somewhat complements that. I don't think emerald, emerald green and pink will go together well, but let's give it a try, okay? So I'm gonna grab these two colors. I've got dark green. I can't even read this. This is apple green. What else do I have over here? I don't have all my pencils sitting here, just the ones I've used for the last two classes. I've got spring green. Okay, we can work with this. However, what we need to do is test the colors. So then I'm gonna go with just one shade for the rose-colored glasses. I'm not real sure which color I should use. Pink, hot pink maybe. Or maybe even processed red. That's mulberry. That could work. Excuse me. Here's processed red. So over here in the corner, we're just gonna do a little test here. So I'm gonna start with a little green blend here. So that's our dark green. And we may end up only using one or two of these green colors. It just depends on how the pinks go over it. So let's put down this apple green next. And I am kind of pressing the tooth in there a bit. Obviously I could do this on another piece of paper, but I do have another sensor, babe. I just freaking forgot to put it on last night. I was so surprised that I was still awake and I just kept doing what I was doing. I didn't even feel the need to take a nap yesterday at all. But I don't want to talk about it too much. I'm trying not to jinx it, okay? You will need to order a new sensor soon. I mean, the sensors are 15 days, so... Okay. Let's see how these colors go over this green. I don't know that this is going to work out at all. So to keep the coloring consistent on the glasses, we're only going to use one color. And then hot pink. Okay, well, it doesn't look horrible. I think let's go with the lightest pink, because we got to remember we're not going over the entire, there's not going to be green underneath the entirety of it. I think we can do this. So I'm going to use the dark green and hang on. No mistakes, happy accidents. Yes. I have lots of happy accidents. But that's part of the art. It's part of what we're doing here. If you're not experimenting and making mistakes, you're not growing. You're not challenging yourself. And while sometimes, yes, the art is just to enjoy it, sometimes it's to get better at the art itself. To find your own style, your own way of speaking through art. You have to keep doing the art. And I'm honestly surprised a lot of the times, ever since I stopped tearing up my art when I made a mistake on it. If you keep going, you make a mistake, but you keep going, often you will find that if you'll just finish out the piece, it's going to look a lot better than you thought. And even with your mistake that you might have made, or that you think is a mistake, other people might not even notice it. You notice it because you are the artist. I'm just cleaning these lips up for a little bit. I think that the processed red looks really good over the green, but I think that it might be too much for the rest of the glasses. I don't want to overpower everything. It's just supposed to be a hint. There we go. Okay. We're gonna go with, hang on, let me do one more little test. One more test! Let's see what it looks like with just the grass green and the spring green. The dark green might just be too much, because we're only using this in a very small area. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna take out the dark green. We're going to use apple green and spring green, and then hot pink over it. The next thing we have to decide is the hair color. And like I said, I'm feeling purple, blue, and teals, turquoises right now. So we might go with like an emerald green and teal blend for the hair. But we're not doing the hair next. We just need to do this little part up here. And then we're going to move on to the feet. And after that, we're going to start on the shirt. Is it a shirt or is it a dress? I guess technically it's kind of a dress. Okay, so the eyes, we're going to go really sharp pencil with the apple green. And we're going to go all up against where there's black, but we're going to leave it not filled in. So I'm only doing this as the darker color. Go around the little highlight right here. Okay, so right underneath the pupil, almost over the black, just enough to give it a hint of color. Okay. Okay. Now with the spring green, again, we're going to keep it really sharp. You know what I do need you to buy for me, babe? This is my last one and it's almost empty. Now it's empty. So I'm going to go back over the green I just applied. And then I'm going to bring this through. I'm going to cover up most of the iris here, but I'm going to leave a little bit of white right through the center here for the highlight. I'm going to try to leave the white. A lot of times I accidentally get rid of it, but that's okay because I can either put it back with a white pencil or at the end when I do the finishing, I can add it in with my liquid white, which most people will say, I'll add it back in with my white gel pen. Yeah, I don't use gel pens for that. They give me issues. I have gel pen issues. Not when I'm just coloring with a gel pen, but when I'm trying to do white highlights and such, it can be fussy at me. I think that's really pretty. So same thing over here. And I'm going to show you guys a little trick that I like to do on eyes. It's a really small thing, but I like it. It may take it away from the realism a little bit, but oh, that's so pretty. So for eyes, one of the things that I like to do is create kind of a little bit of reflection in the white of the eye. And the way that I do that is by taking the lightest color that I used on the iris and adding it in a little bit in the edge of the eyeball. So the way I do that is like this. I'm going to come in along that bottom line right there. Right there. Just like that. If you want to, you can add to the top, but I don't do that myself. And when you go in with the white and blend that, it'll look really cute. All right. So now I'm going to bring the white in and just smudge that a little bit. So just along the edge of the green, I don't want to cover all of the green. And I'm coming just through that little highlight. That is when I do my tongue. You know? Do you have a face you make when you're trying to focus on something? I make a lot of different faces. Ah! I feel like that's gorgeous. Let me know what you think. I think the green eyes will go really well with the green blue hair. Alright, and so down here in the white of the eye, I'm just going to make a little bit of a circular motion up against it. I'm not really going over it. And there you go. Come in the corner. Okay. So now I need to make a decision on the hair. Now it's going to be a little washed out and such because the shine of the glasses is going to take it away, so I don't need to make it very dark. I could just postpone this until I go to do the hair, but then I'm gonna have that pink down over the hair, and I might not be able to get the hair texture good. I don't know. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually just gonna finish up the eye area. I'm gonna not do the hair area yet. We'll come back to it. I just haven't made that decision yet. What do you guys think? Should I go more emerald green or more towards the aqua side? Yep. Okay. Let me add some white to the highlights, and then we'll do the pink. I said I was going to change my music. I never did. Silly me. Well, I was looking for albums. There we go. I can't decide which album to listen to. Oh, look, there's a playlist. Okay. Hang on. Okay. There we go. I'm trying to be very careful in how I apply the colors in the eye area so that I don't get it all wax bloomy, I guess. Right. I feel like I need to add a little bit more of a brown color to the highlights around the eyes, because I'm not sure that that's how dark skin works realistically. When I was growing up, there was these people that I would spend the night with a lot. And when my youngest sibling was born, I spent like a month or two there. Um, and they had a old TV in the room that I slept in, and they would let me watch PBS to go to sleep, which was, totally not allowed at the house at my home. But I used to fall asleep to Bob Ross every night. So Bob Ross was probably a big influence on my life, if I'm honest. His voice was kind of like very soothing to me. I would watch that and the Cajun cook with the suspenders. And then the TV would like go black for the rest of the night. So those were like the last two shows on PBS before it went off of air every evening. I have a pretty big affection for Bob Ross, I guess. I've watched the documentaries about his life too. He's a very interesting guy. And I'm not doing the eyelashes yet because they got a little smudgy on the other one. I'm going to do them after I do all the rest of the eye stuff. And I'm using like a long stroke to blend this part, whereas I used the circular motion to blend this part. So along the eye line, I make a stroke instead of a circle, because if you do a circular motion, you're gonna bring that black out into the skin from the eye, and I don't want that. I might have to Google like an image of a African American person to check and see if that's too dark. I'm not real sure. I got this little black area right here that I don't like. See if I can just blend that out with the white. Okay. No. I'm gonna go back with the dark brown. I'm going to come over here and kind of do the same thing actually, because I like the way that toned that outer edge. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Now notice that I have not flattened down the tooth here yet, because I want to leave some tooth for this pink to go into. I'm not going to sharpen it. I'm just going to come over this real soft. So you really can't even see it just yet. I think that using the henna for the skin tone will actually help with this a little bit. So just want to put like a soft layer of this pink over basically everything that's inside of the rim of the glasses. You can use this to flatten down the tooth if you want, but I'm going to come back with the blender pencil to do that. So I'm going around the eye first, and then I will come over the whole of the entire eye. So I'm taking this really slowly here because I want to make sure that I get the color smooth on there. Okay, this is the tricky part. We're going to go over the white. Now I'm trying to be careful and make sure that I don't actually want to take this over the black, because that will make it smudge too. So I'm just going over the white and the green. This is a tricky technique, and I've only done it once ever, so I'm hoping this comes out better than the last one. The last one didn't come out bad. I learned some things, and I'm applying them now. So it looks funny, but that's because we're going over the entire eye. And it looks like we're just messing up everything we just did. I promise we're not. We're not. Now I'm going to come in this little notch right here. And then into the white highlights. I mean, it kind of making her look like she got pink eye. I'm not gonna lie. It's not. I'm not feeling this right now, but it'll look better soon. I have faith. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know if I like that. Maybe I should have gone with the blue. No, I don't. I don't need to sharpen it. I was about to sharpen it out of habit. Good morning, lovey. You got your hat?
It's in the van that wasn't here.
Did you mesh it to him? So I have a lot of people ask me whenever they see me coloring, especially with colored pencils, why I do this all the time. It's because I'm cleaning off the tip of my pencil to make sure I don't get color transfer. Sometimes I do it like this too, but I try not to color on my clothes. I gotta remind myself not to press down hard while I'm doing this. Go very softly. Move my hand back a little bit on the pencil. That does help me not have so much pressure when I'm having days where I'm struggling to control it. I know it doesn't seem to make sense necessarily to put the pink over the browns, but yeah, that's what you want to do. Otherwise, it will look like you just colored the white areas with pink. But you want to change the tone of it. So just like when we went in with the henna and that made the skin look slightly redder all over the skin, we're basically doing the same thing here. But we're not trying to change the actual color of the skin. We're just changing what's in front of it, which is the glass. And that will be more apparent when we actually go up here in the hair and color that as well. It'll look right. And this does require just going back and forth over it so that you can build up that color. I could show you incredible dreams. Look at that face. Do you think we make a mistake? And I want to make sure that I don't leave any areas out. I'm being really careful so that I don't smudge the darker colors into the lighter areas, but I still want to make sure that I get this pink everywhere so that the color looks consistent.
You up? You got a job, right?
Hello. What's that? What's that?
Kennel.
The old one? Or the new one that we...
Didn't use yet.
Okay. Love you. Have a day. Don't forget your hat. He's like, no, I'm not wearing that hat. Oh, he said it was in the van. I wasn't listening, was I? I was listening. It didn't process right away. Again, the reason that I'm doing each of the little areas separately is so that I don't smudge the colors together. So, yes, I'm doing the highlights around the eyes separately, then I do the highlights in the eyes. I do each one all by itself. Now we're going to come back with the blender pencil over all of this, and also we're going to come back through the highlights with the white. So it's going to look softer and more like it has more clearness to it. Clearness, is clearness a word? If it's not, I just decided we're going to use it as a word anyway. I find this a lot easier to do with a more dull pencil. The sharper pencil will put down more straight lines than a soft layer. That's what I was trying to say. I literally feel like I need a little tape recorder or whatever next to me so that I can remember what the heck I was saying sometimes. So I like the way that looks. Okay, I'm gonna come through with my blender pencil on the darker areas, and then I'm gonna come in with my white pencil on the lighter areas, and you'll see how that kind of like softens down. Where's my bunny blender? There we go. This pencil. And just gently rub this over all of the darker areas. That removes the tooth, and it presses that pigment into the paper so that it's less likely to smudge and smear. And it gets into the paper and holds on, or the paper holds on to it, whatever you want to call it. Even over the black, but I just make sure that I keep it right in the black area. I have a lot of trouble with my black and darker colors smudging. It's a personal thing. I really don't like smudging at all. I've just learned kind of to deal with it. I used to get masking film and put it over the entire page, and then I would cut around the lines for each section or each part that I was going to do, and I would peel that part off. Like if I was doing the flowers, I would just peel the part over the flowers off and set it to the side, color those, and then I would take that film and put it back on top, and then pull off the next area to color. I don't really do that anymore because it's a pain in the butt, and also I've learned some tricks for not smudging things, so I don't do that very much anymore. Also, this paper helps. I used to use a different paper, HP. It was HP Professional Project paper, which didn't have all this texture. So, when I would use it, it would smudge a lot more than this does. This paper is really good about holding on to your product. And honestly, it's just a joy to use. Very, very pleasant. It's a little bit more pricey than other papers, granted. But I find it to be extremely worthwhile. Worth the price, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. So you can see that I'm working in little tiny areas at a time. Again, I'm not putting any pressure on this pencil. I'm just rubbing it over kind of gently. Okay, I'm going to go over the black and the pupil just to ensure that that's flattened down into the tooth. And remember, I'm avoiding the white areas right now because I'm going to use I'm going to use the white pencil to blend those and soften them. I'm only using the blender on all the dark areas. And I may come back with the blender after I use the white to just merge all that together, or if it doesn't flatten the tooth enough with the white pencil, but usually Honestly, I feel like a white pencil and the clear blender pencil are kind of interchangeable. It depends on um, kind of what look you're going for. I know that some of this can feel very tedious. Um, I used to rush through my art, like I need to finish this so I could get to the next piece. Well, I'll stop doing that because I really enjoy the focus and the slowing down part. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's this is my peaceful time. My time for just me, you know? Don't you feel lucky? I'm sharing my personal time with you. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the other eye. Actually, real quick, let me grab this sienna brown. I see some splotchy spots, so I'm just going to use this kind of mid-tone color to kind of fill that in. Toodles and bye-byes. Bye to the husband. Okay, so again, we're just doing the dark areas. Sometimes even I'll feel myself speeding up with the pencils, and I will purposefully slow myself down. Speed is not your friend. Pressure is not your friend. Slow and soft is the best way to work with colored pencils. Now, if you're using a blender pencil and it feels like it's scratchy on the page, what that means is you need to add another layer of color. You want to put more pigment down on the page, because this is actually, it's not coloring anything, it's clear. And while it is putting down a little bit of the clear wax on the paper, that's not where you're getting your blending from. You're getting your blending from having multiple layers on the page. So if you are not getting it to blend well and it's feeling scratchy and it's not flattening the tooth of the paper, it just means that you need a little bit more of your pigment on the page. So put down another layer and then come back with your blender and try again. It shouldn't be scratchy. You know, I didn't put any pink over the green in the eye here. All right, so I'm going to go through the black here. right. That's looking great. Have a little bit of smudging in there, but it's all right. Now white pencil. I'm going to come through all of the area that I didn't flatten down with the blender pencil. And again, I'm doing little circles here. I'm also going over some of the dark area over to the sides because I want it to look like a smooth blend, okay? I don't... There's kind of a reflection going on a little bit here. Not really, actually, it's not really a reflection. I don't know what I'm saying. So now we're kind of blurring it. That's why I'm going a little bit into the darker color. Because you don't want this white highlight to look super pronounced. And again, we're just taking our time on this. I find that the tedious things, or the things that take a while, especially blending, that's like the perfect time for me to be very mindful, because you're kind of doing the same thing over and over for a while. And you can just focus on just what you're doing. Here you go, darling. You guys, I show up here Monday through Friday, almost every Monday through Friday, around 8:30 a.m. That's my time, Central Standard Time. And this is what we do all day. We do art. All kinds of art, but for the near future, we'll be focusing on diamond painting and coloring, because I have to move soon. So things are getting packed up. So I had to choose some items that I would continue to do while everything else was being moved. I have so many other art things that I want to do with you guys. It's just going to take a little while. So I'm just bringing the white through the white areas of the eye and the green to make that pink a little bit more faded. You do want the color of the eye to show through. We're creating something that's transparent, and that can be a little tricky. Very carefully into the highlight. That's coming out very nicely. That looks really good. I'm very happy with it. Okay. I'm going to do the other eye. But first, coffee. I have the depresso. So, I'll be right back. 3 minutes, tops. Unless something happens to me. I'll return. I'm back. Did you miss me? No? That's okay. Okay, white pencil, doing the same thing over here that we did over there. It helps if the pencil's really sharp. So I'm going to start right here on the pink area and just little circles. I do feel like she looks like she's got a little bit of pink eye. That was not the intention. Hopefully, hopefully when we do the area above the face, it'll look a little better. I am going over the dark areas with the white pencil. I'm just making very sure that I don't smudge the colors together. But going over the whole thing will give it that same... It keeps it consistent across the glasses. For the best, my reputation never been mentioned. Can't wait. Anything says no, can't wait, baby. But you can make me a Listen. 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 Best my reputation. I don't know about you, but her skin that's not in the glasses looks pretty splotchy to me right now. And I don't know why. Let me know. Can you see that on the camera too, or is it just me? Okay. I feel the fading a little bit. So I'm just gonna puff on this real quick. Things are flying. Okay. I gotta take my medicine and drink my lunch because I'm not going to lunch. I'm not going away for lunch. Oh no. Am I out of straws over here? Not cool. I'll be right back, guys. My foot just stuck to the floor, my sock. I'm not sure if it was tape or a staple. It's not tiny, baby. Maybe in a little bit I'll let you come say hi. Get up on your couch for right now. Couch? I've confused my dogs. They're used to going to lunch at 11. They will just have to wait. That's part of those changes things. I'm not the only one in the house that doesn't do well with change. The dogs don't either. Okay. What am I looking for? Oh, this. Okay. Okay, guys, let's get back to it then. I'm keeping the very edge of the glasses. I'm trying not to color that with the white because that's the darkest shadow. So I kind of want to leave it alone. Here's the thing. If later on I don't like how this looks, I can come back and rework it. It's not one of those things where I'm like, oh, well, that didn't turn out. I keep coloring the rest of it and be like, oh, I don't like that very much. Let me work on it a little bit more. Because, you know, art isn't finished until the artist says it's finished. I think that's a general rule, honestly. I might be making that up, though. You can check it and tell me. There you go. Everybody has homework. It's called fact-checking the Princess Bun Bun. So sometimes when I get into I get into the art, like I'm really in it, mentally, focus-wise, I guess. That's prime time when my pressure starts to get heavier. So when I notice myself putting down more pressure, I'll often tell myself, treat your pencil like it's a paintbrush, because you don't press down with a paintbrush, right? You don't paint like that. We don't paint like this, right? We paint with the tip of the brush. Just this part, not the whole thing. So like that. So for the pencil, like I can press down like that, or I can kind of brush it along. So honestly, most of the time, I'm barely touching the paper with the tip of my pencil. I don't know if that shows up in the camera, but you could see I'm holding it way back here. If you could try it for yourself with any pencil. I'm holding it back here, and while I have less accuracy, it's feather light on the page. So I try to remind myself when I get closer to the tip of the pencil to continue to be feather light, even though I'm not holding it far back. So I'm thinking about it as if I'm painting this on and smoothing the colors together instead of pushing them or pressing. I'm just very lightly pushing the colors together. I really hope that I get better at the talking part of live streaming, guys. But we still calling it, I'm in the learning phase, okay? I'm just one of those people that the best way for me to learn to do something is to just jump in and do it and figure it out as I go. That's pretty much how I've learned everything that I'm really good at. And I try to do things like take classes and stuff, and that helps. It helps me to pick up the things that I never would have figured out on my own. But I can take a class and I can take it multiple times and still not get it until I put my hands on the actual work in front of me. And so that's what I did with streaming. I've been recording videos probably for 8 or 9 years. And I just, I don't get it until I put my hands on it. Now, if I can work on it while I'm doing a class, I learn like that very well. But I'm not one of those people that you can show me and I can repeat it the first time. most of the time my brain spends all its energy on breaking it down and figuring out a better way to. I have to find a better way to do things. Why do I have to be like that? I have no idea. No clue whatsoever. I'm sure it's something related to, I don't know, my upbringing or something. So, if you're a person that likes Taylor Swift, I'm curious. Are you a person that likes every single thing she's ever done almost? Do you like each album? Are you a person who prefers like one album over the others? I feel like her albums grow with her, which is one of the reasons she remains relevant, you know? They just change as her life changes. But I don't know. Like some of her albums I like a little bit more than others. So, what's your favorite album? And in general, do you prefer her older things or her newer things? Let me know in the comments if you want. Very carefully into the highlight. And I'm only working in that little area, trying not to let my pencil go anywhere close to the black. And I am getting some in there, but I'm a lot better at not doing that now than I used to be.
This is a reminder. I need to take my meds.
I did it. I took my
This
meds
is a
already.
reminder. I need to take my meds.
It's driving me crazy having to look up at the camera. I'm used to being kind of like over my work and glancing up at the camera. Now I have to sit all the way up. I need to move it. It's driving me crazy. If I have the energy, which is a big if I have energy when I get off the stream today, I'm going to see if I can move a couple of things around in here, or maybe just clean up a little bit. Who knows? Come through the iris. There's hair. All right, I'm going to go right into those little tiny highlights there. My husband found an old video of our youngest last night. It's a horrible video, horrible. I mean, quality wise, it was taken probably on my old BlackBerry. But he found it, and it's them talking about Doctor Who. If you're interested, maybe I'll see if I can crop the video and share it with you guys. Okay. I'm going to sharpen this, and I'm going to go over the smallest highlights again. Bring the white out a lot. So I love this pencil sharpener, y'all. Look how sharp that point is. So I'm going to go through here. The sharper pencil kind of moves some of the pigment around. You see? So the sharper point helps you really get in here. This is also a good option if you want to use your Prismacolor Verathons. This is a good time for that. But that's not what I want to do right now. There we go. I had my lunch. Woohoo! I say it too late. What are we thinking? I just wanna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. I just wanna shake, shake, shake. Shake it off, shake it off. And the haters gonna hate, 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 hate. I just wanna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Bang, bang, bang. Let it go, bang, 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 bang. I just wanna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. Shake it off, shake it off. Shake it off, shake it off. And the liars and the chicks could have been getting bound this sick beat. My ex-friend brought his new girlfriend. She said, oh my God, I just want to shake it to the fella over there with the hella good hair. Come on, move, baby, we could shake, shake, shake. I'm just gonna shake, 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 shake. Shake it off, shake it off. I do feel like I'm getting a lot better at coloring eyes. If I look at some of my old art, wow. Guys, I really like how that looks. See how it looks rosy now? I feel like the skin needs another layer of color, but I've already flattened the two, so I could be wrong. But I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to come back and look at that again tomorrow. For right now, we're going to do up the feet. Reese? Reese? Yo, give me a minute. Hey. Hey, buddy. What's wrong? What hurt you? What hurt you? See, Paul? You okay? Okay, sorry about that. My doggy yelped. I had to go check on him. That's a big boy. Okay, we're gonna do the feet here. The same colors as the top, or all the other skin. Brown, burnt ochre. So these are just really small areas. They won't take long. Just added some little marks in here to create toenails. Something to remember when you're coloring is adding details like this. Your details don't have to be perfect. Now, I spent a lot of time on the eyes here. The reason for that is because the eyes are something that I'm really working on in my art. I just want to do them better. So I spend more time on the things that I want to practice more on. Or if I'm going for a specific look in my mind, trying to create that look. So yeah, that's why I spend a lot of time on it. But these little details are easy. Like, I'm not creating an actual realistic looking toenail. And then sometimes I like to come back above the little toes and add just like a little mark like that. And I don't bring the dark brown around to the fully to the front of the toe. Just on one side, kind of like that. So, because this is the darkest color. So when we come back with other colors in the blend, we'll add in the rest of the toes. We're not outlining them. So we're adding cast shadows and form shadows. If that makes sense. I need to stop saying if that makes sense. It's aggravating me. Do you ever get stuck with words that just keep coming out of your mouth? Like lately, another one that I've been saying a lot is my dude. Like, oh no, my dude. Or yes, yes, my dude. Or my dude, don't do that. You know? And it annoys me. I get caught on words sometimes and I keep repeating them no matter the situation. Let me know in the comments. Do you do that too? So same thing here on the leg. I'm not going all the way up. Now on this one I did because it's further back and there's more cast shadow on it. But still, it wasn't outlining. I'm adding in the cast shadows. It's almost like I see it in reverse. Like inside out or the negative. Instead of like the positive space, I see negative space. And that helps me create shapes with contouring and light. Alright, so that's our darkest color. Next is the sienna brown. So now we're just going to come in with the sienna brown. We're going to bring the colors in. So in towards the lightest areas where the areas raise up. So let me try to explain this a little better. If I were outlining things here, let me see if I can give you an example. Here. This is just an image I printed out. This is an old project. It's just on regular printer paper. But if I were outlining, okay, so outlining looks like this, right? I'm going to outline the wing here, right? And maybe I'll come here. And this is kind of the way I used to color. So that's outlining, and then say you wanted to come in with a different color. This is how I would have colored it. So that's exactly how I used to color. Let me show you what I would do now instead. So instead of outlining something, I would come in. So let's do this section right here, okay? Now I'm going to come around. I'm going to go around this shape right here. So in my mind, this shape comes in front of this area. So I'm not coloring this. I'm not coloring the line around this. I created a shadow there. And it's just, it's dark there, right? So let's say that this section here is also underneath this section. Okay. We're going to cut this design off like right here. Okay. To me, this whole area is lifted up above this one. And also, this one is lifted above this one. Or no, this one's behind this one, okay? This is why I study light source, because this is all light source here. There's really no color theory going on here. It's just light and dark. So I think that this little loop right here is above this. So I'm going to go around it. Kind of. I'm going to stop right. Well, I'm going to keep going. Here we go. Let's say it ends here, okay? So this is over this. This here is underneath this. And this is over both of them. So this, I'm going to add the cast shadow underneath this line, not on it, not over it. Now, in the corners of this, there's less light. So I'm going to add a little bit more of this color around the corners. And I'm also making this a little bit thinner where the light hits it. So this kind of comes out and it just gets super thin. Because that's how cast shadows work. Okay, so over here, let's do the same thing. I want that to go up there. And over here, as it gets there. Okay. So here's a little corner area. So I just bring that out a little bit. And here is a corner. So to me, the way I see this is in negative shapes. Okay, so we've got that. Now, in order for this to work, I know that I'm going to need a third color. The smaller the area is, sometimes the less colors I need. So now I'm going to take this pink and I'm just going to move everything from the cast shadow of each area in towards the centers of the shape. So you can just kind of go over all of the brown. I didn't select these colors purposefully, y'all. I just wanted to show you guys this. So for right now, in this section, I went over the brown and extended out kind of in the same step. In this section, I'm doing it a little different to show you, where instead of the extending out at this moment, I'm just going back over the brown. This helps if I'm coloring a very large area, and because sometimes I color really big pieces. If I'm trying to make sure that my color blends smoothly, And then I'll come back around with kind of like a different, I think of my eyes like they have lenses that I can change. Anyway, so I just went over the cast shadow there, and now I'm going to do a second step and come back and extend it a little bit. And I just like to round these shapes out most of the time. So then I would come in with another color. And I repeat those steps. So, can you see the difference here? I could keep going, but there's that. And that looks really, really flat, right? And then there's that. Different, right? That's how I color now. So, when I say that I'm not tracing the lines, I'm not. Because I'm not even taking my first color all the way around every line on that thing. I'm not. I'm looking to see where the light source is, and I leave it open when there's light source, when it's like the lightest highlight areas. So what I mean by leave it open, if you look right here, you can see that right here on this edge, that's not fully lined. There's a gap there. Same thing right here, there's a gap at the top of those bracelets. And over here, there's a gap on the side. Down here, there's a gap. And on that little wrinkle, I didn't bring that darkest color all the way down. Same thing with the toes. If you look at each of these toes, the color comes down this way to this side and goes around the bottom of the toe, but it stops before it gets all the way around. And so now we're just going to expand those colors together and create that light source. So when I say I'm not tracing, if I were tracing, I would have colored the every line around that shape, but I don't. And I explain things different ways many times. Like today I'll explain it one way, and a week from now I might explain it a completely different way. That doesn't mean that they are contradictory. As a teacher, one of the things that I specialized in was ensuring that in a class full of different personalities, I make sure that I teach the lesson in an aspect that hits each learning style in one lesson. That was one of my favorite things to do. So when I repeat myself, I never say the same thing twice, really. But that's just because I'm trying to make sure I tickle everybody's brain a little bit. Tickle? Really? Tickle? I'm making this like pretty dark underneath because, like I said, it's farther back underneath the edge of the shirt dress thing. I have to ask first, but a friend of mine did an interview on the internet. He's a writer, and if you guys want to see it, it was really good. Um, I could share the link maybe, but I have to ask first. Coffee. That's the Andes mint coffee. Oh, so good. This is one of my favorite Taylor Swift songs. Midnight become I'll stand directly at the sun, but never in the mirror. Must be exhausting always. Do you feel like the anti-hero in your life? I'm watching a really funny TED Talk. So I'm being a little bit detailed with these feet. I don't know why. I just, I don't color feet very often, so I'm taking advantage of the opportunity. There we go. Next color. I stand directly at the sun. It's really hard to sharpen pencils when they're in the pencil extender. If they're long enough, I can do it, but this is definitely not long enough. Where's the brush? Back over everything. I shouldn't be coloring on top of this. Look what you made me do. What? Is my bunny sideways? Oh my goodness. There we go. Well, it went from a funny TED Talk to a TED Talk that at the very least starts with a horrible story. I know you guys can't hear my music, but I can. Okay. The sad part, the horrible story part is over. Everything turned out fine, but wow. burnt ochre. Next color is peach. I don't often get into a mood where I would prefer to listen to like one artist for a while than a playlist. I love my playlist, so I don't know what's up with that. I just feel like Taylor Swift is the thing today. You get like that? One condition is... Now remember, I'm not going back over everything with the peach, just kind of the last color. I'm trying to leave room for that beige and the white, but still take into account how dark or light the actual area should be. See me in hindsight. What is that in there? There's a fuzz in there. Sorry guys, this is bothering me. I don't like any kind of residue or fluffs on my brush. Okay, I'll have to deal with that later, if I can remember. Come as a relaxing thought, it's the it's not so it's okay. Karma's gonna track you down. Step by step. 2 times. Midnight justice. Karma's a queen. The anxiety, y'all. Karma is a god. Alright, beige. Not all the way back. So in the small areas, you can see I just add a little touch. Almost tapping on the page. That looks good. Welcome to Maya's been very sweet all day. She hasn't gone sleepy at all. Good girl. We doing good, huh? I'm not sleepy either. Welcome to welcome. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna run my white pencil through real quick, and then we'll start on the next layer. We don't need a lot of white here. Just anywhere that's still fully white. I'm just going through and touching that area. just going to repeat at the very end of this layer. We'll add the henna in. It shouldn't take very long at this point. I forgot what I was trying to look for on the internet. Well. I'm bringing the dark brown out a little bit further than I did on the first round of color because gotta remember I'm doing a dark skin tone here, so I need the darker color actually in there. No way. I got through my entire, no, I can't have gotten through my entire thing. Hang on. There we go. There's no way I got through my watch later playlist. No. Again, we're extending this color out a little bit. Burnt ochre. You guys tired of hearing the same colors over and over? I got a notification from YouTube. Hang on. Oh, you guys, guess what? I just got like a award. My videos have been watched 50 times. I've had 50 watches. I don't know what they count as a watch. Somebody who watches the whole thing, or... It doesn't matter, but I thought I'd share. Peach. A touch of peach. and beige. Are you ready for it? Okay, now henna. We're just gonna come over everything with the henna to give it that redder tint. Okay, and so I'm gonna do this, the henna, and then come back through with the white. These are such small areas that by the time we get through with adding both layers of color, almost all of the tooth is flattened, so it's only gonna take a quick little pass with the blender. That looks good. I think it looks a little redder than the rest of the skin. I may have to look at that when I come out tomorrow morning, and we may need to adjust a little bit the skin tone so that it all matches, but I think it won't be a lot. Am I just putting in too much of the henna? This happens sometimes where I move from section to section and they don't really match up. Okay, I can't see right. I feel like that the feet are way redder than the rest of the skin. But it could just be my eyes at the moment. So what we're gonna do is leave it here as is. I'm not going to flatten down the tooth with the blender right now. We'll come back to it with fresh eyes first thing in the morning and see if we need to adjust anything when I'm not squinting to try and judge what the difference is in the colors. We did quite a lot today. It doesn't look like a lot, but it was quite a lot. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me. I hope you enjoyed this part. We'll be back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, and we will continue to work on her. We'll probably do the shirt tomorrow with the tie-dye pattern, so we'll have to choose colors for that. I really, really appreciate you guys hanging out. If you're watching the video later, I really appreciate you watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. And I don't make money here. So financially or whatever, it doesn't matter to me if you like, subscribe, all of that stuff. However, the encouragement that I would get from you liking, subscribing, blah, 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 would be wonderful. So if you like this stuff, let me know, and I'll keep on making it. Here's the secret, though. I'm going to keep on making it whether you like it or not. It's what I do. All right, y'all. How long has the stream been going? Let's see. Anybody want to guess? I don't see it anywhere. Oh well. Okay. I will see you guys tomorrow. And I hope you have a wonderful Tuesday. And I hope you eat something healthy today. I'm gonna go do that myself. This has been Periwinkle Palace Arts. I'm Princess Bun Bun. And I'm here with my bunnies to do art stuff every day. And that's what we did today. We came here with bunnies and we did art stuff. I have other projects coming up soon as well. I'm going to see if I can move this desk a little bit.